Hello, what's up everyone? How's everyone doing? Hopefully you're having an amazing day today. Sorry for not streaming yesterday. Stuff came up and I wasn't able to stream. Um, Although regardless of the reasoning, either be technical or not, I'll still apologize. Some people that are still not on my Discord obviously wouldn't have a way of knowing when I'm not able to stream for X reason. Although I don't know how I would be able to tell those people that I'm not going to be streaming if they are not on the Discord. I don't know if there's an announcement system in Twitch that I can put or something like that, so whenever I'm offline, like, it shows. Not really sure about that. But we're back. Regardless of what happened, we're back. So we are back to more streaming. Basically, the game is basically just farming non-stop. There's nothing else that you should or can do but just farm. I mean, I bought all of these. These three are imperative. This one was just out of laziness, and you need a lot of garment globules, so this one is also kind of needed. I probably could have skipped the Jum cream, but these ones are permanently here, so I'll eventually get them. But I'll try to get enough to get the module for the charge attack so that I'm able to traverse easier. I shouldn't have too much of an issue considering that I deal 400% damage with lean because of the attribute. And I have a healer and a taunt, so I think this team is fine, should be fine at least. I probably should have tried to ascend them though, but now it should do at least until I get 1000 currency. I'm assuming at least. Because I'm dealing very decent chunks of damage. But their HP is starting to get a little bit too bloated, even for my lane. Welcome to the stream, Niall. As always, thank you. I still don't know where you get all of those quotes from. You probably have a saved page somewhere. Famous quotes or something. But thank you still. So I'm the center of the universe, that is what you're saying. Because every single one of them seem to mention me. What a coincidence, yeah. Such a coincidence. They predicted the future. They predicted your future so much that they even didn't mention my real name, they mentioned my Twitch username. Crazy how the world works. Absolutely crazy, mental. I just need my sanity to recharge. I don't want to hit her. So I don't want her to get to the threshold where she fills the entire arena with electricity. Really fucking shitty design of a boss. There we go. Let's see how far I can do this. People, especially YouTubers, which I don't trust, by the way. I don't trust any of these content creators of these games where they just start doing sloppies to certain characters because they hate other characters. They are just unmistakably biased. So I don't trust them for shit. But according to them, apparently, if you have the correct element, everything should be really easy to do. But I'm already having trouble, and I have one of those characters that should make things a lot easier. I have the correct element, and probably the DPS clearer in the entire game. Mob clearer. She's lacking a little bit in single target damage, but I'm dealing so much damage that I shouldn't have any issues according to those YouTubers. You'll never forget when most of the big UMA content creators lost the first champions meeting. Anyone that follows whatever the content creator tells you to do, they are retarded. Like, it's also one of the reasons why I'm not trying to make like YouTube videos of tier lists or things like that. I haven't gotten too much into content creation. I'm just a streamer at the moment. Mostly because I know that I can be biased. I can be biased and personally, even if I'm right, there's going to be some people that say, how dare you put my waifu on D tier because she's not able to clear this content like this other character, right? So I probably have to add like a million disclaimers whenever I'm doing any content creation regarding a game that has like different characters. Hello, Fluffs. Welcome to the stream. So with that being said, obviously I really do not want to get into like that type of content creation. At least not now. I think the one that I'm going to do the best true content creation is going to be on Asher Premilia. When people hear that Shelly isn't even top 5 mages, I mean, she's extremely fucking good. Like, regardless of where people like put her on the tier list, she's probably one of the best mages because of how, especially with the recent buff that she received from Auto being able to cast spells. So she makes things, especially Auto, a lot easier, and her having neutral damage on the vast majority of the content, except bosses, because a lot of bosses, especially super bosses, are dark. But yeah, like, Shelly is still one of the best mages in the entire game because she enables so many brainless thinking thanks to her mana regen. But if we are talking about a proper team and actually utilizing everything that the game offers you in terms of what would be like debuffs, buffs and all of that, Shelly is just another mage. Pretty much as I said, the new Asha is arguably the current best mage for actual thinking, actual strategy in the game. Because she offers like the best chances for you to actually apply that strategy and not it being a coin flip of oh, I didn't hit my Cantios, so fuck that. So at the moment Asha is like the pure mage. I'm talking about pure mage, by the way. But for the most versatile mage right now at the moment would probably be if I had to say Marianne, because she allows to avoid using a priest, because she can be a mage and then still have extremely cheap heals. Yeah, exactly. Shelly is an enabler, not a top tier broken character. Like a top tier broken character has like increases in something. It has increases in stuff, either be chances or damage, straight up damage. For example, Adam is an arguably better mage than Shelly, because he has a 20% increase in damage to lights, but obviously we need better light characters to really say Adam is one of the best mages. But for now, it would be Marianne and Asha would be the best mages, like generalizing in this case. Those two are the base mages. Marianne, because she allows free heals, basically, while still doing her job as a mage, as a normal mage. And Asha, because she enables most of the tactics, which is the use of Cantios, debuffs, and all of that, to hit a lot more often, so she increases your probabilities of winning the game or winning the fight by a lot. Then, if I had to say, like, the next mage that is after those two would be Berkanan, because she has tits. Just kidding. Would be Iarmas, because he allows basically to one-shot enemies. The Salik is such a broken spell. It's such a broken spell that even if learned by someone that is not Iarmas, it's still the best spell that you can use on any mage, especially for single target bosses. So it's very difficult to just simply say, oh, Yarmas has no value because he has little MP. It doesn't matter if the enemy is dead. So in that case, Mr. Sasuke would be the close third best mage. And then probably Berka, because even if True Words of Fire is not exactly like absolutely broken like Salik, she still offers both magic and SP in a single character. So roughly like Marianne, she is able to fulfill 2 roles and not being completely useless when she runs out of mana. So that would be like my current tier list if I had to give one to mages. Then it would just be the usual damage boosters. Like Alice can also fulfill the roles of a mage, and she gives a line boost for evil characters, and then Adam gives a boost to light characters in a column. Yeah, exactly. That is exactly what I said. Like, the Stalik is such a broken spell. I'd say giving a mage spell surety is not enough to make it broken. It has to have the penetration for it to basically be always full damage. That is the only reason that why Tesalic is so broken. It's because it ignores basically one of the biggest stats in high level enemies. And it's also a neutral spell, which it would be slightly better if he had an element, and you can probably just dampen the effect, the negative points with Adam. That would probably be better than being neutral on absolutely everything, even if you add Adams, or even if you add anything at all. But I guess also having like the chance to be used everywhere, even against what if you gave him an element on disadvantageous battles, is a plus in some kind of way. But I still think that he should have had like some sort of element to truly make him go like a really make it feel like it's such a broken mage to bring against certain fights. But yeah, Marianne, Ashe, those two are contesting first or second spot. Then Sasuke, which is in a close third, not that far away from the others. Then Berkanan. Then I'd say Adam and Alice are contesting the next spot. And finally we got Shelly and all of the other generic mages that don't really offer like much except for just being a mage. But Shelly is definitely on top of those. Like if we were talking about just generic mage features, then Shelly is the best out of all of them. Like for sure, her mana regeneration does set her apart from pretty much everyone else. Would you guys want to add like any notes to the tier list of mages that I just did? Pretty objective. I'm glad that I'm not biased, except when Avenius is involved. If Avenius is involved, she's immediately tier SSS. My rank top 5 thieves, that would depend on really what you expect me to rank them on, like in damage, in usefulness, like jack of all, something like that. Just for damage, Deborah right now blows everything out of the park because of her merge. But if we are talking about standalone units and not counting merges, honestly I'm drawing a blank with Thieves specifically. Like if we are discounting Deborah's merges, because her skill is basically a full power strike without the need to charge. I don't have Aldrich, so I wouldn't be able to like say anything for him. So I don't know his damage, but apparently he's not that bad of damage, then you're considering using Aldrich. I honestly do not have that many thieves now that I think about it, because the majority of the thieves are guys. And while I can be objective, if I don't have experience using them, then I wouldn't be able to tell you specifically like that. But yeah, probably Aldrich is very up there. Like, I don't have him, but he's no longer just an inherit because he got fighter specifically. So for damage, he's decently good. For... I'd say Debra is a very decent thief by herself, without her merge. Because as a beast folk and as a woman, she's very, very, very fast by herself. So you can focus pretty much on just the damage portion of the gearing. And she's going to still be faster than the majority of your team. And of course, with all of those stats that you slotted on her, she's going to be dealing damage. I don't have another opinion for all the characters. There's probably a very goated thief somewhere around there that I'm completely missing because I haven't read or tested anything about them. Like, I can assure you, but I think Deborah and Aldrich definitely are up there. I'd say Aldrich is better than Deborah because Deborah requires a lot of investment on her merge for her to be the best thief. But if we discount like the amount, let's just say that you have all of the resources and you have her her merge, then Deborah would be top 1 thief. Would be fun to watch you make a tier list for each class at some point. The issue with a free-to-play making tier list is that they don't have the experience for the characters. So I don't have like the qualifications to make a tier list on certain classes because of that. Amelia's up there too, Fairy Thief, with the best chest opener discipline. It's unfortunate that her inherit is so good. I think any thief that has another subclass that focuses on damage is good enough to be on the top 5. Especially Amelia being a beast folk as well. Wait, is she the beast folk? I actually don't remember. That's stealth, right? I don't want to misremember, like, so I'm going to try to make sure, but she is the beast woman, right? I'm not confusing her. Yeah. Obviously, any thief that is that has a subclass focused on damage is really good. So Amelia also having fighter is really, really good. Just on the same as Aldrich, and she's a woman beast folk. She's also very naturally speedy, so you don't really need she's very low effort as well. You pretty much only need to get the attack subsets. So those characters are really, really, really good. So those would be like the top 3 in this case. Instead of a tier list, that's smart. Yeah, that's not a bad choice. Because usually, whenever you make a tier list, obviously you have to separate them to say like this character is obviously better than this one. But like on tier list, you would be making a disservice to some of these characters that are worse than others. Because pretty much, obviously, you can use whoever you want. And some of them are very niche, like for example, El Dorado. Some of these good alignment characters that prevent you from sleep or stuff like that. Like those are very niche, but they do have their uses. But if you make a tier list and say, oh, because this guy can only be used in a single battle, not used. Like, this guy shines on a single battle, then you have to put him on a very low tier list, because otherwise the other characters rank higher than him, and you cannot put him next to those. Otherwise, the tier list wouldn't make any sense, or would be pretty much pointless, right? So in that occasion, like tier lists are a little bit not that great, right? If you get what I mean. So probably instead of a tier list, just like grab the characters that I know that are good on of certain classes, including merges, by the way. Sorry, merges, class changes. Like for example, if I'm doing a tier list for fighters, I can also add like if there is a certain character that wasn't originally a fighter, but shines as a fighter, I can put them there. Just interesting to listen to people's reasoning more than anything. I try to be objective on everything. Like, I'm even objective when I'm talking about Abenius. But obviously, I like to joke a lot about Abenius being the best character, hands down. Objective truth and all of that. Obviously, it is a joke. I'm not saying Abenius is the best character. She is still really, really strong. But she is a liability in Castle Ruins specifically, because her passive counts as a turn that adds a 2 foray speed to every single battle that you do. So she's not exactly like the best character to bring on Castle Ruins, but outside of everything else, with enough investment, Abenius does become pretty much one of the best characters one of the best fighters for general content. Mainly because her skill is not random, as some people might think. It has a target priority, most of the time going against mages, but like the #1 priority on targeting for Abenius skill is, can it kill? If it can kill, it goes against that target, no matter what it is, even if it's on the back. If the AI calculates that the base damage can kill, it goes for that target. So it is a very, very good opening. Kills most of the high value targets in the game. So with enough investment, like if you get her skill to a very high level and you have really good substats, she can kill pretty much anything in any fight that is not a boss. So she will kill mages, she will go and kill like succubus, she will kill the cursed doll. But I think mages take priority over anything else. So she goes, for example, the fight with the cursed doll in the back and the Sandman in the front and the vampire, it goes against the Sandman because the Sandman is considered a mage. So it kills that instead of the doll. I don't know what the doll is categorized as. I will need to go for more testing in this case if I want to like truly know like what the AI thinks, what is a priority target. So I'm pretty sure once the next tier comes out of gear, I can try to farm a good two-handed weapon for Abenius, so that she's able to insta-kill absolutely everything from the previous abysses, and I can test different battles on what she targets on those battles, obviously, and then make like a priority list. And I'm pretty sure that Abenius list is also like the target priority for auto battle, if I'm not mistaken. But obviously, I will need to test that. The only thing that saddens me the most, like, I can let most of the decisions that Dreckham is doing for the game pass, pretty much. I can let it go, but the thing that saddens me the most about the game is that I'm not able to test a lot of things that I want to test because I don't have the characters, I don't have the weapons, I don't have the resources, because the game is basically a big fuck you because they decided to make a very old RPG style game into a gacha and make the gem income extremely fucking bad. And just because of that, the game is extremely difficult to enjoy for people like me, which do generally like to test stuff, like having every single character maxed on all of the inherits to see like exactly like the difference in damage from being from a base Abenius, for example, to a maxed way of the fighter, maxed way of the knight, maxed way of the priest and stuff like that. Abenius, right? Max Flutter Dream Flash as well. Like, these are things that I wish I would be able to test in Wizardry, but sadly I'm unable to because I just simply cannot just drop $10,000 every single character just to have enough copies so that the next character I'm able to inherit a bunch of the other older characters as well. Like, for example, Thessalic. Ideally, you want to have like 50 Thessalics ready to test on every single different mage or character that is able to use it, because it's such a broken spell, and you would be like, oh, I can test it on this character and then see like exactly how much damage she's going to deal or he's going to deal against this specific boss that is really good against something like that. So it's something very... It's a shame that this game had to be a gacha managed by a really fucking greedy company. So I dislike like also like giving my opinion on things that I don't know about, but I wish I would have like the knowledge for every single thing. Like, if the game wasn't a gacha, you would see me with at least one character of each of each character that has like a release, you will see me at least with one with absolutely everything maxed. That's how much I would be farming wizardry. I would level everything at least once max. And I would be making guides. I would be making let's just draw it, tier lists. Probably tier lists for inherits as well and stuff like that, like what to aim, what to farm. I would love to do that, but the game is very unforgiving. In short, we've been robbed of the Galbados racing streams. You have been robbed of Galbados racing streams. You've been robbed of El Dorado racing streams. You've been robbed of Oliver racing streams. You've been robbed of Flute racing streams. You've been robbed of what other character is rare to see on a party. Gerald, you've been robbed of Gerald racing streams. Savia, you've been robbed of everything, because I would genuinely be super obsessed with wizardry, and in fact I wouldn't even be playing Duet Night Abyss even when it came out, because I would be so obsessed with wizardry that it would be like the same. Because this is the type of gameplay that I would wish Wizardry had. Being able to farm the characters. Being able to farm everything without an energy requirement. Without a gacha requirement. You don't need to save for anything. You just say, oh, I'm missing gold. I'm going to farm gold. Oh, I'm missing experience. I'm going to farm experience. Oh, I'm missing gear. I'm going to farm the gear. Literally, this is the type of gameplay that I wish Wizardry had. I'm just going to say it how it is. It's a shame, to say the least. And instead of wizardry doing that, what caught my attention was this game. This game is a very brainless, feels good farm whatever you need. Wizardry's biggest mistake was ×3 weapons. Not really. Wizardry's biggest mistake was making it a gacha without allowing free-to-plays to get at least one copy of both the weapon and the character. That was Wizardry's biggest mistake. They could be as greedy as they are right now, but they could have made it so free-to-plays have a shot at getting both the character and the weapon. So at worst, you are at least have the character, and you can say, oh, I have a variety of characters, so I'm happy. I'm going to start using a lot of different characters, right? And obviously, if they allowed you to get like enough to pull for every single character at least once, you would also have a lot more inherits. You will have a lot more Barbaras, you would have a lot more stealths, you will have a lot more even poison attacks. you would be like, oh, I have a level 7 poison attack on this character because I have so many of them. You wouldn't have a tag issue. So pretty much you would be happy playing the game. And the whales will still go for the Discipline 9. They would still be buying the same amount of bones minus 1 pack. The only thing that would be different would be whales would buy only 1 pack less. But everyone else would be happy enough that they would say, oh, this game is really fucking fun. So I'm going to start spending a little bit just to guarantee the weapon of this character. So minus 1 pack from the whales, plus 1 pack from every single other minor spender. I think that would even out more than enough, at least in my opinion. Would even make them more money. Even. And not only that, they would have free advertisement. They would have free PR by every single streamer that plays it is having a lot of fucking fun, that they are genuinely recommending the game. You cannot buy that. I mean, yeah, you technically can if you go towards a streamer and you say, oh, hey, I want to sponsor you, and the streamer accepts. Obviously, the streamer is going to glaze the fuck out of the game, even if it's shitty, right? But, so technically, yeah, they can buy that, but like, they would be saving that amount of money that they would be paying against the streamers. So everyone would have a Quiznat at plus 10, and obviously it would not be the best. The whales will still have the plus 20 Quiznats for all of the characters. They would still have like all of the inherits. They would still be the whales. While the free-to-play players are low spenders would be really fucking happy with the game, that they would be recommending it to the friends. That friend could be a whale and could just genuinely just bring more money to the table and stuff like that. So Wizardry's biggest mistake was not the ×3 weapons. Wizardry's biggest mistake is being a greedy fucking company. That is their mistake. Sadly. It's just as simple as that. They, for some reason, decided to be pieces of shit. I really don't understand why they wanted to celebrate I don't know if you guys remember when they made the first merch, the first 2 merch banners, the one with Wana and Abenius, and the other one with Rine, I think it was Shelly. So they made it seem like it was something worthy of celebration, and they didn't even allow you to celebrate it because they gave you fucking adventurer bones, normal adventurer bones, to celebrate a targeted summon, instead of just make everyone happy, give everyone their dopamine, and just give them 10 single bones. A small head start for everyone to enjoy that merged banner. No, it had to be. It had to be adventurer bones. So it is a very... the company is very stupid. Like, I just genuinely cannot defend like 99% of the changes that they do. I don't remember a single update that Wizardry has done where they didn't have an L. They, one step forward, something that everyone wanted, just suddenly gets released, And people are like, whoa, finally, we got it. And then, after a couple of hours of playing, you notice something that they changed in the exact same patch that made that specific thing so fucking shit. For example, the merge changes, they made it so that you don't need to choose a base, you can do whatever you want, and the merge is going to go through with level 60. It's going to give you bonus points, and the best bonus points and the IV that you had, right? That would be a genuinely good change. And then you see that you need to pull 2 of the merge to be able to utilize it. Because the merge system doesn't allow you to simply be happy with the base character discipline. It's not unlocked until you get 2 of that character. So if you are a free-to-play and you barely manage to get the bone for one single merge, you are absolutely fucked if you want to use that merge. Let's say you had an Adam, and you had him because you got really fucking lucky and you got like 50 Adams before his merge came out. So you have a max discipline Adam, base Adam, and then you get the merge, but you got really unlucky and you were only able to get 1 copy of the merge, which is the guarantee 100. Now if you want to use that 20% increase in damage from his passive of the merge, well, you're going to have to use a basic Adam without any extra buffs, because that discipline is locked behind you getting another copy of the merge. Great decision. I know I'm over elaborating, but it is a topic that I wouldn't really say I'm passionate about, but I'm more, well, I guess you can say that I'm passionate about it because I really like the game. So being unable to enjoy it just as a game, and it's being like an accounting game, you have to actually math out the amount of gems that you have and the possibility of a character that you like coming out whenever you have those enough gems. Yes, I think the IV should be allowed to be changed, or you should be able to choose any IV that you like for the first character that you pull, at least. Reckon wants you to save the risks when pulling. It's I know you're basically adding to the joke, Niall, but personally it's just something that kills the mood for the game. Every single change that should be a just plain quality of life update just turns out to be either a very shitty thing that is only catered towards a specific amount of people, or it's a whale bait. The new characters, the new character, it's such a shit character. He deals yeah, sure, he deals in a row full power strike amount of damage. With enough investment, obviously. Well, not even full power strike, slightly less than full power strike, but on an entire line. So that is really good, right? You would say, oh, this character has the potential of basically one-shotting like rows of bosses and all of the tanky stuff. But then you read his kit and then you read his gacha weapons, not weapons, gacha gear, including the armor, and you go like, huh, this character is actually very fucking shit, because no matter how much damage they do, the character is dead after turn 1. Especially because he doesn't have any damage reduction. Since he doesn't have any damage reduction, he just becomes very vulnerable to pretty much even the minions of the bosses, because those minions also deal a sufficient amount of damage. And what would usually leave you at like 30 HP kills you because you took away like a good 200 HP out of your health. So the new character sucks ass unless you have his gacha armor that heals him immediately after he uses a skill. So if he's the slowest, that thing will prevent him from dying, and if he's the fastest, you don't need to waste your Alice or your priest or your buffer slash debuffer on healing his ass so that he doesn't die, right? Like, he just became a very, very fucking shitty character for free-to-plays. It's a whale bait. And obviously for whales, it is a very good character. And especially since they already trickled down the Abyss 4 tier gear. So any whale already has like the advantage of instantly completing the new Abyss, because they are not going to find any difficulty, because they are already dealing thousands of damage more than you, because they have the next tier of gear. And one thing that I said on previous streams that I wish they really had, like, that I wish they decided to actually do for gacha weapons, was that instead of these really broken weapons that not only have an extremely high base attack damage, but they also have the option, or not the option, like extra effects, like for example Yusu's kunai is an extremely good example. Not only is it a ×3 instead of a ×2 kunai with the next tier, by the way, which is very comparable to a maxed Evan Steel kunai. Like, it is comparable to that just by pulling it once. It has more attack damage because of that ×3, but it also can charm. It also applies like whatever Yusu likes to apply, and it just enables Yusu more than it already does. And this trend is really dangerous for a gacha game specifically. Like, we already saw what happened whenever with Hoyoverse actually managed to like show people exactly how it turns out to be with Acheron in Honkai Star Rail, just as an example. Like the game was very decently balanced. Like, you could use any of the previous characters with pretty much the free versions of the light cones, which would be the weapons in this case. And you would be happy dealing as much, or well, near the same amount of damage as their specific weapon. But then Acheron came out, and what Acheron did in this occasion was she would deal a tremendous amount of damage by herself. She would still be better than most of the DPSs just by being Acheron herself. But the previous DPSs dealt something like 500,000 damage, just as an example. And Acheron dealt 1 million. But if you got her weapon, she would deal 2 million. So she would multiply by 4 the highest damage DPS at the time if you pulled her weapon. So they started doing that, and the game quickly went to shit. Acheron, in that occasion, Acheron was just like the starting point of it. Starting point of the extremely pay-to-win scenarios. That was the start, but since it was the start, it wasn't as bad, because you would still be able to use her with pretty much anyone on any team, and she would still slap ass. She was that good. But now they are starting to make Acheron level characters way stronger than Acheron even. But now they don't function well if you don't have another 3 characters that also are also Acheron like level. So you have to pull for 4 Acherons and their weapons now on Honkai Star Rail for you to actually have a chance. And hopefully Dreckham doesn't do that. That is the worst thing that they could do in the entire universe. Any decision that they do, they have to balance it with the free-to-play in mind. If they start to balance it on these characters that are enabled by their gachas, the game instantly dies. And I personally cannot endorse a game that goes that route, which is also one of the reasons why I quit HSR, which is also one of the reasons why I quit Senseless Zone Zero. In fact, Senseless Zone Zero kinda hurts because I was having a lot of fun with the game, and I actually liked the game quite a lot. And I had a C6 Miyabi, which at the time was the best character. I'm pretty sure she's no longer the best character. Although I don't have any... I haven't kept up with the news of that game, but I'm pretty sure she's no longer the best character, even at C6. But the game quickly became that type of thing. Like, you need to pull the character and the weapon, and you need to pull the newest character, or you are pretty much shit. So if Wizardry goes that route, I am openly quitting the game. I'm going to do like a just one stream, like for all time's sake, and I'm going to probably not like do anything extreme. Like some people would get so mad at the game that they would like grab all of their items and delete all of their items. So I'm not going to do something that extreme, but I would like to do something like to show that the game is so shit this time that I'm not planning on like playing the game as much as before, or I'm not even planning on opening the game. You know what I mean? Maybe inherit every single character that I have that is not like a core character to Albanius. It would be kind of funny, but I'm just making up a scenario at this point, and so hopefully, fingers crossed, and we're touching wood while the fingers are crossed. Hopefully, they don't go that route. First thing that comes to mind is that one cheater in your OCR that changed his name to something like Fizzer Game. I could probably do something like that. I don't know why this character is now having a bug now, but yeah, maybe something like changing my name wouldn't be that bad. Can these people stop being retarded and actually let the mob reach the zone so that we are able to kill it? I mean, I'm not a high score player, sadly, so even if I change my name, no one is going to see it, but I could probably change my name to something like something reflecting whatever I'm feeling whenever I decide to quit. We would have to see though. Like there's definitely like it's still hypothetical. The thing, Niall, is not the fact that it's that it has low healing, is the fact that it prevents your priest from babysitting him. Like that is what I'm saying. Like that piece of armor, like regardless of the heal, it enables the character. I'm not saying that it makes the character absolutely broken. I'm saying that it enables it. In this case, since your priest doesn't have to babysit him and he can heal himself, you can just continue the fight as normal. While if he didn't have it, if you want to use the row attack, you not only need your priest to move after the guy so that that the priest is able to heal the fucker because he's suiciding, or you have to risk him just getting one shot because he lost a ton of HP, and what would usually on most of the fighters leave the fighter at like 100 HP or like at 80, 50 HP depending on what is getting hit. He's getting hit by. He would die because he had less HP. Like, I'm not saying the character is absolutely broken with his gear. It just enables him. Not sure if I'm making my point across though.
しましょう。敵に助けを請う覚悟があるなんて賢いじゃない。あなたの理性は。行こう。今日はどこへ仕入れに行こうか。
For most people, the real enabler for Gideon is Lana, from what I've seen. And I could be wrong since there isn't much footage. His armor, even when it heals him during a fight, doesn't do enough to change the damage benchmarks. The thing is, as I said, like if you are, for example, he's probably not an auto character. I will say it straight up. If you use him as an auto character, you will probably suck as a builder, or you just simply like him and you want to bring him for everything, like I do with Abenius, right? Like, with the exception of those two, the guy is not an auto character, but like if you are going to bring him for an auto character, Lanabil is definitely the enabler for him because she keeps him healthy through all of the fights that you are going to do. But I'm mostly talking in battle because Lanabil is not going to heal him in battle. I think it is mostly a night thing, so if you're using her as a fighter, I don't think she's going to be... It's going to warrant using it over there. But I don't have wandering, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. Do you think they are going to drop the new Abyss with that? Aegis is known for being a defensive word. In every single game that you probably see the word Aegis, it means defensive. So, as a fighter, it probably doesn't scale as good. Maybe as a knight, it does scale decently well. They'll definitely hype up the new Abyss more until they drop it. So we're not getting it, right? That's such a sad thing. But I guess the CEO is still stuck in the depths of the abyss, so... no good updates until he gets out.
りがとうペイシェンス様ってさ。ぴょん。ここにやろう。とう。フォーセイ君同盟の死亡者を見つけたよ。グレートグローリーの爆発を阻止しろって依頼だけど、先に死亡者を倒せばことはスムーズに運ぶんじゃないかな。
Did I say CEO or did I say lead developer?
むき出しになったみたい。花火玉無事に解除したぜ。逃げるんだよ。
But regardless, the main honcho of the thing is having an existential crisis with the game for some reason. So that's definitely nice news, right? So no passion. 早く言ってごらんなさい。ありがとうペイシェンス。 Thank you. Thank you, Nell.
フォーセイ君同盟の死亡者を見つけたよ。グレートグローリーの爆発を阻止しろ。ありゃりゃ、うまく隠れてたはずなのに、まさか見つかるとは。こうなったら仕方あるまい。さっさと倒しちゃおう。グレートグローリーの起爆装置がむき出しになったみたい。早く破壊しないとだね。まったく。私たちが爆弾を仕掛けた。電車地よ。
But at least I can turn off my brain on this game. Probably what is making me the happiest at the moment from all of those games. No, I left my hat at 1 out of 3. Oh, especially if you give Alice. If you give an Alice to Lana, probably definitely a core rotation. Well, it also depends on what it gives, right? It might not be might be a good enough buff to warrant one of the 3 slots of the skill slots, of buff slots. I'll probably farm it more once I have like a decently built specifically against Cyclops team, because right now I'm only goldfish crit fishing, and while it's relatively fast considering that it has 55k HP and sometimes you just get one shot even if you are fighting the guy properly. Like, it's not so fun. Or maybe the bounties on Abyss 4 are going to make the thing a lot more fun. A lot more easy as well, because more bounty marks. And we are also definitely going to get like a lot more, because every bounty that we... Every extra bounty that we get, it means more rank, more max rank. Which I'm assuming that after each of the new abysses, or after each of the new ranks that we get, like rank caps increases, we're going to get like the material for the master ring to make it strength 3 out of 3. It's what I'm assuming, at least. it's what makes sense, right? You got the mastering from the ranks. It would make sense that you continuously get it from the ranks on the bounty. So we are going to unlock new stuff on the bounty shop, and maybe at that point it's enticing enough for you to actually do a full rotation of very fast enemies that give a lot of bounty ranks. By then, probably farming the Hound Mask is not going to be that painful.
グレートグローリーの爆発を阻止しろって。
Right now, the Hound Mask is only worth it to go to 1 strength out of 3, which is to buy the 3 discounted pieces. Unless you really need the disarm, it's not worth it to... It's not really worth it to max it, especially not at the moment.
グレートグローリーの爆発を阻止しろって依頼だけど、先に死亡者を倒せば事はスムーズに運ぶんじゃないかな。一緒にボッコボコにしちゃおう。清めたまえ。瞬間から。 言ってごらんなさい。ありがとう、ペイシェンス様ってさ。フォーセイ君同盟の死亡者を見つけたよ。グレートグローリーのバック。 まずは一人撃破。こいつの持ってた手紙によると、多分だけどグレートグローリーの起爆装置がむき出しになったみたい。早く破壊しないとだね。まったく私たちが爆弾を仕掛けた。
Better enough, brain. Yeah, we're talking about wizardry while I'm farming. Like I can put like 90% of my thought process to having a debate about wizardry and all of the things that they do. I know we're just chatting. It all started with people making tier lists of the game, and then people getting mad because Shelly's not that high up in the tier list, and then we just went from there. Oh yeah, I don't know if you guys saw, but I got a really nice kunai. I shouldn't really say that it's nice. I got a really funny kunai, but it's 4 stars. It's 4 stars. Double evasion. If only Shelly can do 2k per tick of her AoE, it's not even a thing of damage. Like, even if a mage deals like 100 less damage on her nuke, let's say Shelly deals 2000 damage, she will still not be the best mage. There's a couple of things that matter. Like, for example, if a mage deals 1800 instead of the 2k that Shelly does. That 1800 damage mage is going to be better if they have a better utility than just healing their mana. But I like Shelly. Like, she is not the best mage, but obviously she enables a lot of stuff, including the autoplay style. Like, she's probably currently the only mage that you can bring to an auto team. That's not what makes a mage good or not, though. I'm not saying she's bad. I'm saying she's not the best. MP, regaining MP while also having a really strong single target nuke is, don't get me wrong, that is an extremely good set of things to have. But they are not enough to elevate her to like the level that someone like Asha, the new Asha specifically, does, which enables the debuffs that you would want to hit. It enables that. The Marianne gives you free heals while also functioning as a mage. The Katarina, for example, has a really strong passive that that prevents ambushes a lot, but obviously Jekaterina suffers from the old power crept mage issue, where she now is just pretty much an inherit and probably a free pass for the first 2 abysses, but after that, like, she actually falls off quite a bit. But she's still extremely strong. Like, pretty much you can pass the game with Jarmel. Like, you are not really going to suffer by building a certain character. In fact, a character's worth is how many inherits are you planning on giving that character. That is pretty much the bulk of the game. Because my Albanius tanks dark hits better than my dark characters because of how just the sheer amount of inherits that I've given Albanius just reduces the damage that she receives by that much. Which is funny to think about. MC best character, he revive all the other character. No, MC is shit because he cannot revive himself, and if he gets targeted, everything is lost. Oh yeah, the new merge, obviously. Merge is an exception. I'm mostly talking about Jekaterina in her base form. She is a very early unit. Like, if I want to put it like some way, like she's a very early unit.
まずは一人撃破。こいつの持ってた手紙によると、多分だけど、他のフォーセイ君同盟のメンバー2人は私のマークした。
When I'm happy with my Jekka, and I still plan to use my Jekaterina in the future, I gave her all of the elements. She is actually the first mage in probably everyone's game to have every single element spell. Just because I actually like Jekka a lot, and I did try to get her merch, but sadly I wasn't lucky.
ありがとう、ペイシェンス様ってさ。フォーセイ君同盟の死亡者を見つけたよ。グレートグローリーの爆発を阻止しろって依頼だけど、先に
I mean, that's really true, Kinhans.
ことはスムーズに運ぶんじゃないかな。
Lore-wise, he's the most powerful because he literally enslaves everyone, but returning them from the dead, and basically just telling them you have a life debt to me or something like that. But sadly, if we are going, even if you had gotten her marriage, we didn't know at the time we'd need 2 copies. Yeah, that's also true. Yeah, fucking hell, I wouldn't have gotten her discipline. What was I going to say? I lost the train of thought. I'm mindlessly farming, so I completely forgot what I wanted to say. Oh yeah, the lore. Even if he's powerful, Kinhans, he's the most retarded character that I've seen in any fucking media. In any media main character, he loses to the Isekai classic protagonist that just is can just fart and instantly kill the Demon King. He loses to those characters. He is retarded as fuck. Obviously, since we are on a game, I mean, he dies to the NPC side character. No, he is stupid. He is retarded. If you actually paid attention to this story, we are literally relying on a ghost that doesn't carry over her memories to guide us to every single iteration of events. We have the power to turn back time, keeping our memories. And we are stupid enough that we need someone that is basically someone with amnesia to tell us what to do. I know we are on a game, and obviously trying to code in all of the possibilities and making the main character not stupid is probably a very high ordeal, especially for Drekem. But like, if we are just going for lore reasons, we are retarded as fuck. We don't have a brain. Like, dying, probably the first thing that got eaten was our brain. They have Lunara because of there are people out there. Yeah, true, Niall, but we still require Lunardi to tell us what to do because we are that stupid. We're basically reading a book with what we experienced and we don't understand shit, even after we saw the consequences of our actions. We still don't understand shit. Which is probably the thing that irks me the most about this story in Wizardry. Look at Paimon and Paimon 2.0. They only have them because the people who don't understand what's going on. No, that's not even the issue. Like, a Paimon is not even guaranteed because people don't understand what's going on. Like, it's as easy as just simply slapping text saying, oh, in retrospect, just add a text that is the main character thinking to themselves. Like how we tell Lunarde, oh, you think the mask is weird and stuff like that. So just add a block of text that goes like after experiencing these, I'm going to do this now and see what happens and stuff like that. Like, we don't need a ghost, we don't need a Paimon, we don't need Lunarde to tell us what to do if we are going at that. Like, if that's your argument, I can easily dismantle it with that. Like, we don't need that. I'm curious what you're going to say, Niall. You have to remember Lunarde hates spoilers. We're just making her feel like she's part of the team. True. True. But like, jokes aside, like, we are stupid. Like, discussing more than what is said on the game doesn't just simply take out the fact that we are just that stupid. The main character is retarded. I don't know if they're going to change it. Hopefully they change it because the main character pisses me off. But it is what it is. There's people that lost though. You think Tecton make it past tutorial? Dude got stuck at the all rage quit. That was an example. I mean, the thing is that you are basically saying that Paimon is the tutorial. No. As someone that has played so many games for more than 2 decades, I can tell you that's not how tutorials are made. Paimon is not a tutorial. Paimon is an annoying piece of shit. A tutorial is something that teaches you how to play the game. Either be by first person, second person, third person, fourth person, alien person. No matter who relates it to you, the method doesn't fucking matter. It's just, is it telling you what to do? Yes. There's your Paimon. There's your Paimon. I'm saying there's a Paimon for people who are dumb and she narrates what's going on. Yeah, but people are not even paying attention to her. Like, that just makes it worse. Like, the thing is that you are basically putting the bar extremely low. Like, I don't know what people would help having Lunarde or slash Paimon when a good made tutorial would help them even more. Because I've played so many games that make such engaging tutorials that you basically learn the game from 0 to 100 without the need of reading. No, yeah, like, of course, if the tutorial is really fucking bad, you probably need a narrator that tells those stupid people what they need to do, right? Like, obviously, that's completely different, but we are talking about, in the case of wizardry, for example, there is simply no tutorial. It just tells you, oh, equip this. Nice, you equipped it. Now go out to the world. Basically, there's basically no tutorial. So maybe for wizardry, Lunardi is required for the stupid people. But I'm just saying that if the developers want, they can make a very engaging, good tutorial that teaches you everything without really any need for any text. They can make it a flashing light telling you, press this button and press this enemy. You are going to attack this enemy, and then just for the sake of clarity in the tutorial, just give the main character a row spell and allow you to use a row spell against a row of enemies in the tutorial. And that would tell you there are spells that or there are abilities that target multiple people, right? Instead of Leonardo saying, yeah, I'm going to be watching you fight this this thief from over there. And I don't know why I made that example, but basically Lunardi doesn't even help you in the tutorial. Does she? Nail, do you remember the tutorial? Whenever you are equipping all of the worn out stuff, like, besides her snarky comments of now you don't look like a girl or something like that, like, does she even give you a tutorial? I don't think so. Like, she doesn't even help you. Like, my main complaint is that obviously yeah, that even furthers my point on what I was saying. Like, Lunardi doesn't even help the dumb people. Like, they're still stupid. Also, why is this? Did the backup list actually from hundreds of songs actually pick the exact same song twice? Yeah, somehow. She helps you come up with a name if you can think of one. I'm too stupid to think of a name. So I need a ghost to tell me how to name myself. Don't forget there are people who use autogrip. You said you used autogrip, Hans. Now, don't say there are people who use it. Say, don't forget there's also people like me who use autogrip. That's what. Remember, I'm never forgetting that, because I was criticizing Wizardry so hard because of this stupid decision that they made to hide other characters' equipment just because auto-equip grabbed gear from those instead of just making it so you could filter the selection of equipment that you could equip with auto-equip, which was a lot simpler in my opinion. There's people who use it besides me. A streamer I used to because I'm lazy, but the people who use it because they don't know what to use. And that's because Wizardry doesn't really have a tutorial and doesn't even tell you like what each stat does. It's a very obscure thing. We still don't know what luck does, besides affecting skills that literally say affected by luck. We still don't know. Isn't that crazy? We still don't know what luck affects. After a year. There might be one or two things extra that we were able to like infer depending on the character that was doing the action that had more luck or not. Actually fully fixed it. No, yeah, I know. But I'm talking about back then when they barely made the decision to fix auto-equip by doing that. I was criticizing auto-equip a lot, and King Hans was saying like, hey, I use auto-equip. That's a good thing. The reason doesn't matter. The fact that people used auto-equip, which is probably the most shitty function that has ever appeared in any RPG, because AI doesn't know what you want. Yeah, they didn't make it better. That's why I said fixed. Oh, you're talking to Niall. Well, they... same quotations, fixed so that you cannot touch the dispatch gear anymore. I think that's so retarded. I actually care what they use. Not because I care about the character specifically, but because I care about the gear that is like protected. Even before they fixed the whole auto-equip shit, like there was no issue at unequipping stuff from dispatch characters, because the obviously, first of all, I didn't use auto-equip, and second of all equipped gear appeared at the bottom, so you weren't really able to like accidentally equip something that was already equipped. So what I used was, on my dispatch characters, I just put like good gear that I no longer need after like fully equipping my main team, and I basically like kinda pseudo protected my gear. That is what I used to do. I didn't need dispatch gear to be fully unavailable. And people say, oh, it's basically realistic. Bitch, the game doesn't have anything realistic about it. We are a literal fucking undead being followed by a fucking ghost. We have the power of time travel, and there are mages. There's nothing realistic about the fucking game, so if you use the realism card, you are fucking stupid. In a dungeon crawler, that old school. I mean, they literally copied pasted like a very old game, like the first wizardries. Wish it was just a regular wizard game though. They probably needed a live service game to be able to like squeeze as much money as they could instead of a single purchase game. Although, realistically, they could have made it a single purchase and allow people to have fun and then just release periodic DLCs. They could... You know what they could have done? They could have made the game a single purchase and just... Instead of a gacha, just people can enjoy the game fully from day zero, and they just release the DLCs for like extra abysses. Like we just get the basic 13, and then there are like bundles of abysses that include like just, for example, the Cave of Separations, and make it like a full-fledged dungeon slash abyss that has their own boss. In this case, the Seal Demon, for example. Like I actually wouldn't care about that. I would actually buy the game. I would play the shit out of the game. I would make guides out of the game. They did gamble on a single-player wizardry game as well 2 months after Daphne came out. The problem is that they already smeared the name, right? Like Daphne ate all of the like hype. Which maybe it couldn't have generated as much hype if it wasn't a live service game. Like maybe I don't know the future or the past. Like I wouldn't be able to tell you what would have happened. But personally, I think the game being a live service game is such a detriment to the game. They made a Roblox like wizardry game. It died though. All of the game died, so it worried me a lot. Every single game that Recon touches goes under. How many people? Niall, did Hungry Meme already came out? I'm pretty sure it came out, right? Like, I don't remember when it was shared. If it was like on beta or if it was like on the testing phase and it wasn't released. How many people are playing Hungry Meme? We probably have the Steam charts. So are you able to check like real quick? Is that a thing that you're able to do? It's not getting fixed because the lead developer is deep in the abyss. And he's not getting out until he gets a yacht. I'm really expecting something like that, but I have to say that's more than I expected. Which is sad that there's a single person that is actually unironically playing Hungry Meme. That's one more player that I thought that was going to be in the analytics. Okay, something is wrong with the media request. The single player Wiz game also had one player, but that one is still is getting updates. Did they release it in beta, or is it like alpha? Is it like testing period, like pre-order type of things? Because there's no way that that they released a single player game and they are expecting to add the updates as if it was Daphne. There's no way, right? Early access. Okay, I was getting scared if it's early access, I guess that's fine. Like, those are usually the numbers that you see on early access, especially when the game is under the reputation of Dreckham. Like, it's not like people are actively looking for Dreckham games. It's honestly what they deserve. Is what they did to themselves. But that sounds about right. But Hungry Meme, for example, they decided to make a fucking game that only has one player, and quite honestly, that's one player more than what the game should have gotten. I'm surprised that they even tried to release that shit. Like, I really don't get it why they are so keen on trying to go under. Make me a Dark Souls Wizardry game, I'll play it. Dreckham killed every game they had. Hungry Meme looks so bad. Oh no, but Hungry Meme is what our money went to from Wizardry. Although obviously that's speculation. We don't know that. It might be going to Wizardry only, and Hungry Meme is just being made by like a an intern developer, something like that. Like, who knows? But, very probable. It's just the fact that they keep pumping these games that are absolutely going to tank. I really don't get how they even think that the game is going to do something for them. It's just a waste of resources. Whoever developed Hungry Meme should be working on Wizardry instead. Don't you think? That's one extra manpower. If it was made by a single developer, that's one extra developer working on Wizardry. No, yeah, I know, but it's released under Dreckham. Basically, Dreckham is like the parent that tells the son, "Hey, why are all of these songs repeating? What is going on with the media player?" Like, Dreckham is like that parent that tells the son what to do. Yeah, it was dead before arrival. Not on arrival, like it was dead before that. Everyone in Wizardry was clowning Dreckham because they were releasing that shit instead of trying to hyper-focus on Wizardry. Like, that single developer could have been hired for helping speed up things in Wizardry instead of developing whatever the shit Hungry Meme was supposed to be. Because Dreckham is probably the one that is paying those, because it's like a house. And it encompasses those, obviously. Like, I don't really know how they are working, but like, there's no way that Dreckham just says, that just accepts any random asshole that says, "Oh yeah, I'm a fully fledged developer. Let me develop my games under your name," and Dreckham goes, "Oh yeah, I'm going to let's do that." Well, I mean, this is Dreckham we're talking about. They're capable of doing that, actually. Now that I say it out loud, I'm having second thoughts. And there, a minute we kept them alive and doesn't feed the golden goose and let it die. I mean, at this point, I'm hoping that Dreckham actually goes under, like, fully, and as a last-ditch effort, they actually sell Wizardry. How many dollars can they make from selling Wizardry? I'm just going to throw a wild guess and say that Wizardry would sell for roughly the 2-year revenue that they would make. Like, for example, if in 2 years Wizardry made 300 million in revenue as a gacha, then they can probably sell it for that or slightly more. That's just going to be my wild guess on how much money they can sell the IP for. Yeah, but not enough for Dreckham to actually go offload again. That's very true. Like, people just dump money on every single character. I'm pretty sure that there's already those people that have a D9 Yuzu. I can guarantee you that at least half of them already have a D9 of the new guy. I already forgot his name. But I can guarantee that they also have that guy on D9, like at least half of those. So it's a thing, right? Like, but I'm pretty sure that the revenue from Wizardry is not enough for Dreckham. For Dreckham specifically, because they are also a company, even if they are just like a housing system for many different developers, and they are just basically lending the name. The fact that they are that they lost 90% of their value throughout the years, like, it can't be sustainable, no matter what kind of organization you are. So maybe they are able to like squeeze a good amount of money out of Wizardry. I'm just going to say like maybe they strike a deal for $500 million and sell Wizardry to another company, and that other company actually pours love into it. Because I can tell you right now, if the game had more quality, if the game had a better parent company, if it had a better parent company, like something that actually nurtures the game and doesn't have a lead that is fully stuck under imaginary abyss, then I can assure you that the game would make a lot more. So it wouldn't even be that non-profitable for someone to take the IP from Dreckham. The well I sell dump 1,000 purple bones and use about 400 Gillian as well, so you ain't wrong. Yeah, like pretty much that is the thing, right? As long as COG Games and NC Soft and all the their company don't buy the game, it's safe. Don't worry, Nintendo will tap its grubby little hands into it. It will say it's time to acquire a new IP and start suing everyone. I'm making a joke. Obviously, I don't want Nintendo either. You say Capcom. Personally, I don't have any preference on what company. And if you ask me, even Nexon can grab a wizardry. I don't really care.
魔王様に恐れを
Like
なす
there's very little amount of companies that actually make me gag at the thought of grabbing the game and that one of them would be COG Games. Definitely COG is a fucking scummy company. That is one of the companies that I wish it wouldn't grab wizardry, but like on the other hand, like I don't really care even if the company has bad reputation.
楽勝楽勝さあ暴れるぞ
It's already what the hell happened? Suck! Welcome to the stream, Suck. I don't care if the company has a bad reputation. Pretty much anything but Dreckham. Anything but Dreckham and a very handful of companies, including COG Games and Nintendo, probably two of them that I wouldn't want them touching wizardry. Besides that, even Nexon can do it.
今回の依頼はこのエリアの敵を全部やっつけることだって楽勝楽勝さあ暴れるぞ
Every time that Zack joins, I don't know how long he's been lurking. Are you back yet, Zack?
Good
コテンパンにされた敵は魔王様に恐れをなしたのであるこれにて一見
この程度かよ。三流の雑魚が。行くぞ。
今回の依頼はこのエリアの敵を全部やっつけることだって楽勝楽勝さあ暴れるぞ コテンパンにされた敵は魔王様に恐れをなしたのであるこれにて一見
この程度かよ。三流の雑魚が。行くぞ。潰れろ。
今回の依頼はこのエリアの敵を全部やっつけることだって
Are you back, Suck? Are you free of the ads?
時間を無駄にした分
コテンパンにされた敵は魔王様に恐れをなしたのである。これにて一見。
この程度かよ。三流の雑魚が
Let's increase the intron level. I think if you subscribe again, you get it back, Zach. I think as long as you subscribe for the first year, I believe. I don't know if it's really first year. Yeah, but fuck Twitch. I agree. I was thinking about merging all of the chats so that you would be able to talk in Kick and still see your message pop up, but I forgot that Twitch bans people if you merge the chats. Like, Twitch has to be clearly superior to the other chats, which I think is really fucking retarded, because I really want to merge all 3 chats and be able to respond to all of them. Because right now my OBS is so clogged, but obviously I only have Twitch chat open on my dog for OBS. Yeah, you've seen people do it, but if I get reported, I get insta-banned. That's the issue with that. Like, if you tell me who it is, I can go right now, go report him, and he's going to get banned. Just because of my report. It's the fucking Twitch policy. It's really fucking retarded, but no, it's Twitch bans you if you merge the chats. For example, I'm multi-streaming. Twitch in the TOS says that you can stream on multiple platforms, like on Twitch, Kick, YouTube, etc., TikTok. Like all of those. You can stream on all of them. But, and there's a big fucking but, if you interact with any of the other chats, you are liable to get banned. Because according to Twitch, if you read any of the other chats, you are excluding your Twitch chat. And if you exclude your Twitch chat, it's against TOS. And they are capable of banning you. Now, obviously, it is a fucking stretch. Because even if you merge all of the chats, if you are genuinely reading every single comment, Twitch including, you are not excluding anyone. You are not ignoring anyone, right? So you shouldn't be liable to get banned. But Twitch is a fucking shitty ass company, shitty ass CEO, fuckers all around. So they apply the rules like that. Okay, I have preload immediately, which I don't know what this would do. Then reduces damage taken by 30% and decreases the interval, gaining the attack speed boost to 0.06%. The first effect matters very little. 30% is such a nothing burger. But decreasing the interval for the buff gain is huge. Now this one is the one that I wanted, the 35% increased damage. And probably intron level 5 is not bad. It's just simply +2 level on the ultimate, which is my main source of damage. And this is also a nothing burger. Like, what is laceration? Does it tell you what is laceration? Doesn't really tell you. Oh, here. When under the influence of laceration, every time the enemy takes ranged weapon damage from lane, the lacerated wound count is increased by 1. When the laceration duration ends, deals pyro damage equivalent to lacerated wound count times laceration damage to the enemy once. Once? Okay, that's not that good. That's not that great. Unless the damage is like 100,000, that's not that great. I'd have to see like what is the max hit that it can do, because it's a single proc. Yeah, it triggers itself, and I'm assuming obviously since C6, or sorry, Intron 6 says that as long as you proc yeah, you basically like can apply it while you are on your ultimate, but like how much is the damage would be the question. If it's not an extremely high damage percentage, I don't think it's worth it. Maybe I can check it here. How much does it say? Laceration damage. That's not good. It 288%. 10 cap, so 3,000 damage roughly. That's not good compared to how fast you can, like, your main damage comes from this gunpowder riverly. You're basically want the to build skill damage, so obviously it's an extra thing that you can do. 2,900 damage, right? Like, obviously I'm not saying it's garbage. I'm just saying that it's not really worth it, because you are going to be proccing it anyways. Like, why would you want to switch one of your main four how was it called? Consonance weapon. Why would you want to change any of these demon wedges from your consonance weapons just to add a slight chance for you to trigger the laceration one more time when you are going to be triggering it anyways? Like, that extra, how much percentage would it be? What is it, like 75% trigger probability instead of 50%? With the purple? Like, you're going to be triggering it anyways with multi-shot. Yeah, it needs to be tested, obviously. Like, at least it doesn't say that it has a cap, so if you hit like 10 enemies... No, wait, but it's per target anyways. It's per target anyway, so this for clearing does absolutely nothing. So it's a very shit thing to change to your trigger probability. For bossing, this might actually be worth it. Maybe. It depends on how it interacts with it. It truly depends on how it interacts with it, so it definitely needs some testing, but it doesn't look good enough for you to switch out one of your other consonance weapons demon wedges. Like attack, spike attack, you basically just have the plain attack, which is extremely fucking good. You have the attack speed, which is also extremely fucking good. You don't want to unequip this, even for trigger probability. because this makes you hit them faster, which means that you can trigger the stuff faster, right? But you don't want to get rid of multi-shot. Like, attack speed might actually be better than that, because 50% being hit more times than an extra 20% for the single trigger doesn't seem like it's a good change. Can probably swap out attack later on with plus 300% boost anyway. I mean, obviously, depending on the situation, like if we get like a million attack naturally some other way, we can probably definitely change one of the attacks for sure. Now, obviously, everything needs to be balanced, like the same as if I wanted to build my character on with Liz. Like, I already tested it. 96% attack is better than any of the other wedges. This one, because I don't have another 96% attack, but I already tested it. 96% attack is stronger than 24% skill damage. So skill damage needs a demon wedge with the higher skill damage needs to come around for this demon wedge to be worse. But you can probably see roughly, because I already did the testing, increasing the base attack increases your minimum and your maximum damage. Because when I was testing it, while equipping the attack wedge, I was dealing from 611,000 all the way to almost 800,000, like opposed to the 750,000 damage. That was like the range of damage that I was doing with the charge attack with Liz. And when I changed the 96% attack to 24% skill damage, my damage was more stable, but it was dealing less. I was dealing roughly like around 600,000 damage to 650,000 damage, which is a difference of 50,000 damage instead of 150,000, which is quite balanced on terms of minimum and maximum. But the increase was still lower. So 96% attack is better. I already tested it. If anyone tells me anything else, I'm going to disregard their opinion because I already tested it. But as soon as something with better skill damage comes around, it will be better than this demon wedge. Like, for example, that is also the reason why I was so tempted on wearing there was one that gave me skill damage but also gave me a huge negative. I forgot which one was it. Probably wasn't even for my element, if I'm being completely honest, but there's a point, obviously, that you don't want too much attack. Because let's say that I equipped my Liz with 8 of these plus 96% attack. Just to say, for example, if I equipped my Liz with 8 of these, my damage would probably range from a good 1 million to 2 million damage. While if I had 8 skill damage bonus with at least 50%, just as an example, my damage would be a constant 1.8 million or 1.9 million. Just giving an example of how it's being calculated, basically. Oh, we need better demon wedges. Also, this one is probably going to be a staple on absolutely everyone. The gold version of this one, of Wings Inspo, is probably the best general use for absolutely everyone in like anyone really. It has the best max sanity, and it on top of it gives you efficiency. It's just straight up the best one to equip on everyone.
さてと、今日は誰をやりゃいいんだ？
今日はどこへ仕入れに行こっか。
Also, I saw as well, Waspy, for thankfully to some of the people that were hyper focusing on the gold wedges. Yes, it is really, really extremely expensive, but apparently they have like limit breaks, like the demon wedges in gold. The gold demon wedges have like limit breaks, which you can like fuse. You can fuse them to increase even further the stats. Yeah, exactly. And I think it's maximum 3. It's a maximum of +3 on the limit break, and they do become better than the purples at max rank. Like at +5 and with the extra copies. They do become way stronger than the purples. So I take back my statement that they are absolutely shit. But you're still... I'm only going to half take it because you're still stupid if you hyper-focus on them. Because they are so expensive that you shouldn't do it until all of your characters and weapons are maxed. Just saying. They are really fucking expensive. And time-consuming. And you probably want to use commission boosters on them. But obviously, you would want the Luna Mementos to eat all of your commissions until you don't need them anymore. And until that's done, which is also required for weapons and skills, until you absolutely do not need them anymore, your commissions should be dumped there. But doing the golds just adds another tier of hideous farming that you cannot afford until you have nothing else to do. Defense is pair. I mean, at least you can kinda do it easily with certain combinations of teams, and some of the characters, like for example Lean or even the Jellyfish Lady, they just basically make things very AFK-ish. At rank 55 you get a ton of the Lunar Memento. My bottleneck is XP book and gold. 55 and 60 do not increase the coin count. They only give you the materials for the extra skill levels. Like doing the 55 unlock is the same as the previous one. You don't need coin as much? What are you talking about, King Hands? You need a ton of them. Are you not doing the weapons? You don't need as many purple items as you need Lunar Mementos, because the extra levels, the past, like the, I think it's level 8, you need to do potions that require a ton of Lunar Mementos as if you were doing weapons.
行くぞ。
You don't need the purple items as much as you need the Lunar Mementos. It's just recommended to do the stage with the purple items, because that way you only need Lunar Mementos and you are not just needing the other stuff. I can show you. I can show you it's easy because I'm leveling my skills as well. And the moment I saw that I need... The moment that I saw that I need a sharpening potion... Wait, we already have Donor Wall. Now we have 2. Wait. What happened with the first Donor Wall? Oh, sorry, Zach. You were asking about the veil robe. Sorry. The conversation was a little bit too heated. And if I switch it, if I switch it topics, I would have forgot what I was trying to say. No, you don't. You don't, Kinhan. You genuinely do not. At most, it's like 16, not 16, like 40 materials of those purple things per character. But there are different characters that use the different portion of the purple. So you get 2 purples for 2 characters. That's not the Keenhads. I don't know if you leveled your skills already. I don't know if you leveled your skills. Did you see what you need? Are you really telling me that having to craft this shit for each of the skills? Are you telling me that having to craft the sharpening potion, which is the equivalent as half of the weapon, just for 1 level, doesn't matter. Lunar Momentum is still the thing that is the bottleneck. The purple materials, like your issue, why do you have so many coins, is because you kept farming the coins before you unlock the purple materials. You spent so much farming the Lunar Mementos before even you won't even unlock the purple thing. That is your issue, not everyone else's. Lunar Memento is the biggest bottleneck in the entire game. The purple materials are not. Exactly. Waspy is telling you there, basically the math. What are you talking about, Kinhas? I'm already 55. I'm already farming that. I'm already farming that. Lunar Momentum is still the thing that is fucking me up. I'm already 55. The bottleneck is the Lunar Memento. Old.
行くぞ。
今回の依頼はこのエリアの敵を全部やっつけることだって。楽勝楽勝。さあ暴れるぞ。
We can do the math right now, Kinhans. I'm willing to say sorry if I'm wrong, but we can do the math here. Because you are considering your the stashes of Luna mementos that you farmed before you were even level 55. You are considering all of that. We are going to do the calculations with... Kinhas, that's not the point. You farmed Luna mementos like crazy before you were 55. That is what I'm saying. You farmed it like crazy. Whenever I farmed it, you were farming it, and when I went to farm something else, you went to farm Luna mementos before you reached 55. So let's make the math. Let's actually math it out. Okay? Let's math it out. You need 6 of these materials. So that's 6 runs. Let's open the calculator. I'm not going to do math on my head for this shit. That's 6 runs. Assuming that you did them all in a row, you are getting 10, 14, and 18 Luna memento, I believe. What? It's 6 and 8 for the next level. No, I'm going to calculate the Luna mementos that we get when we reach the... when we get this, because these are very easy to calculate, just 1 per run. I'm just going to calculate like how many Luna mementos you get when you get the materials. It's 42 purples to get from 6 to 8 ultra skills. Do you know also the amount that you need for Luna mementos? Because you still need the Luna mementos for increasing, even if it's a tiny amount for the skills. Not considering this thing. It's still 10 for all of them. I mean, it changes here. Keep your conclusions until we are done, Kinhans. Let's just say that you are strong enough to do wave 3 of this. Can you not see the next waves? The next wave rewards for this? Let's just assume we get 10 Luno mementos. You do 6 waves of the level 70 in a row. Now you're lying. Right now there is no one at level 55 that can do the 6 waves of this. of this one. With this one, you are doing it efficiently enough? You are killing the elites on this one? Okay, well. I'm willing to be surprised, Kinhans. You can join the VC after I'm done with the stream. I'll gladly watch what you do. And I want to see the wave 1 to 6. I'll be happy to be surprised. Cinema. Yeah, like if he can do wave 6 as fast as he does wave 1, I'm happy to eat my words. I'm happy to eat my words. Let's postpone the calculation until he shows us how he does the wave 6.
さてと、今日は誰をやりゃいいんだ?
Let us see this big gaming. I'm still streaming, Sag. I'm not going to do a hoopla just to show the stream, because I want to farm as well. In fact, you know what? Kinhans, get your ass in the party. Carry me. Okay, let's see how he does it. I think this is this is easier. Let's see how he does until wave 6. I have no idea, Waspy. He said that he can do wave 6 easy. So let's see how he does wave 6 easy. Obviously, he doesn't need the help. So I'm going to get carried. So let's see how he does. Maybe it's the latency. Maybe. He was complaining about multiplayer latency. I mean, the jellyfish and my character is also really good for this type of missions because all of the enemies just try to join here. You got a Gillian from Free Bone. I mean, the damage that King Hans is doing is definitely higher than my single target damage whenever I clear the map. But just so you see, Zerg, like the difference that I'm talking about, like how fast this character would clear this mission. This is how it has to go. That everything cleared except the elite. See, the elite is really fucking tanky, and this is what Waspy and I are talking about. Because after, yeah, this is wave 1. This is wave 1. I'm looking forward to get surprised in wave 6. It's still easy. I'm just going to wait, King Hans. That is the point of this. We're going to see how easy it's wave 6. You don't have your buff. Who do you want? Do you want Daphne? There you go. There is a Daphne. Also, did King Hans just disconnect? I think he left. You left, King Hans. Oh, because of Daphne. Green numbers is animal and Daphne is animal. Yeah, King Hans left, so we are not going to be able to see the peak wave 6 clear. Easy wave 6 clear. No cinema, exactly. Like, look, my damage is not bad. Well, we're probably going to have to see him do a normal run, Waspy. That low. Shut up, King Hans. I have already said why this is difficult. Like, I'm basically dealing 5 times your damage on multiple targets. That is the purpose of this. I'm hitting 20k to every single target in the entire wave. You are just trying to undermine the character that I'm using. I've already said that her strong forte is definitely not single targets. She's very weak against single targets. Can you even do wave 3? Yeah, I can do wave 3, but not as efficiently as doing wave 1 and 2. I probably can do wave 3 if I get more efficiency so that I'm able to last on my ultimate a lot longer. Because obviously my damage drops extremely fucking hard if I'm not on my ultimate. Probably one of the reasons why Liz is really strong. Like, I can show you right now, since I'm alone. Like, I cannot do wave 3 as fast as I would do the other ones. Okay. Game. Game. That the game is having a conniption. The game is having a stroke here. Yeah. Like, obviously there are characters that are better suited for single target, but for this mission, for example, like, I'd rather hit every single target in the entire wave. And like, the damage is not low either. It's just the elites get so much defense and so much HP that obviously they outlast my ultimate duration. If I was able to last like double the time on my ultimate, the problem would be immediately fixed. But I need a lot more of skill duration / skill efficiency for that. Very, very difficult to do that. Yeah, the game is having a stroke here. Enemies are shown that they are being hit, but my numbers are not appearing. Yeah, there we go. I ran out of sanity. This is the main issue that I have on wave 3. But if I increase my sanity, obviously my damage will drop. Have I done the level 70 bounty weekly yet? Yes, although I did the... My OCD forced me to forgo progress in exchange of beauty. So I did the level 20, the level 40, and the level 70. I did the first 3, one each, because I wanted to get done with the first clear. OCD. The beauties of being debuffed by OCD. Level 71 has a guy that ends the final chest and deletes it in literally 1 second. Yeah, luckily at least like you have a decent amount of time to kill him. I think most of the time you are only going to be needing to kill one of the bosses before you are able to like get all of the keys that you need. But yeah, that's definitely an issue. Also, fucking hell, they pushed him to the obstacle. Hello, Nilens, bienvenido al stream. Welcome. You are AFKing it. Yeah, it's so chill until that part. Luckily, I noticed that the HP from the chest was really fucking low. If you compared it to something like, for example, this version where it has 36,000 HP and 13,000 shield, the chest has like 3k HP at level 70 and just that an equivalent shield. So obviously the level 70 mobs are going to one-shot it, or almost one-shot it. I did it in multiplayer though. The level 71 I did it on multiplayer, and I think I got lucky because I got paired with a whale. I did 26% of the entire damage, and everyone else did like 10%, and that whale did a lot. and he was the one that one-shot the Elite. Progress report, Waspy. How is King Hans doing? Because I'm still doing this thing on this wave. Struggling on wave 2 from what it looks like. I mean, maybe it looks like that for all the waves until wave 6. I'm willing to get my mind blown. Like, maybe it takes the same amount of time that he's doing wave 2, which is a little bit long. Zero Sanity Gamer auto-attacking. I'll check it after I kill this guy. It's just that so much HP. Ayo. Nilas también está en streak. Honestly, if I want to make my Luna momentum farming a lot better in this scenario, I probably need to properly equip my weapon with demon wedges, like I did with my character and my consonance weapon. Because if I'm going to do this, might as well deal slightly more damage, right? Than what I'm doing right now. Like, that will help for sure. But I honestly, no, yeah, but obviously I still want this. Like, obviously I still need this. Like, I'm not going to be farming the Luna Mementos just for that. Like, I'm happy just doing wave 1 and wave 2, even if it hurts a little bit not getting 4 more coins. Okay, let me see, because I finished that one finally. Now, sorry for anyone watching my stream. I'm not going to stream it. I just want to see real quick, like, how good is this? Like, how easy it is, but this doesn't look efficient, Kinhans. I think you are you widely misinterpreted what Waspy and I were talking about. No, he said easy, not real quick. We say it efficiently. Like, one thing is being able to do the waves, and another is efficiently doing it, which in this case would be, for example, using lean, as I have been using it, to instantly delete all of the waves. Oh yeah. I thought you were talking about that because you used the quotations. Okay. I think I saw enough. I think we are not on the same page, Kinhans. Like I think for sure you can do wave 6. I'm not doubting you. I'm not doubting you that you can do wave 6. I'm just saying not efficient. It's wildly different from what Waspy and I were talking about. Go look at my screenshot. And screenshots. I mean, you can just change that resistance percentage for whatever you need. It doesn't look like a bad wheel robe. Like it doesn't look like he would struggle against wave 6 Waspy, but there's a difference obviously with choosing to do wave 6 than efficiently doing the farming, the whole farming. I think he was just basically misunderstanding what we were saying. What's up, Zach? Get your master, bruh. No. Also, I did it, Waspy. I did this, this, and this. Like the 3 levels. I'm willing to agree that I got carried on the level 70. I don't think Lean is strong enough for me to do it alone. Because the same thing happened to me, Waspy. Just randomly, the fucker got really close and the chest disappeared. But 30 and 50 were very doable. Just probably this one needs to be on a match. Lean sounds like she sucks. Like, no. Anyone that uses a polearm is not bad for movement. But you do need one modification, though. I think it's from this. This. The polearm charge attack to launch forward dash. And you can spam it without cost, basically. And you can use it in the middle of the air. So this enables a ton your mobility. It's faster than helix jumping as well. The boxes have so much HP. I just search for a room and go in the middle and shoot them all with my ultimate. I have never like used I didn't have problems with Lean on movement. Although probably Liz is a better option on that one because he's also going to be able to one-shot the bosses. If I throw like a wild guess, just I need a way to increase the crit rate for Lean, for Lisbel. 'Cause I have a 30%. I reached like 50 something percent with Daphne's buff plus my Demon Wedge buff. Roughly, I get 50% crit rate, so it is a coin toss. Whenever I'm doing my charge attack, if I crit on the main target or not. Which is mostly what I heard about Liz at the moment. I wish some of the crit rate translated from the weapon into her consonance weapon. Wouldn't it be 50% plus 40%? So no, I'm talking about like what is my current crit chance on Liz. Because she has a 20% base crit rate. So I have a consonance for crit rate. Increases my crit rate from 20 to 30%. Then that 20% is increased by the Demon Witch. 32.7 plus 8.2, let's just say that it's 40%. You already free, Waspy? You're out? Okay, then as I was saying, I have the 40% crit rate from this witch, which increases the 20% by 8%. So I have 18%, then it's another 8% from Daphne, that's 16%. I have a 26% chance increase in crit rate, plus the 20% of her base, which is 46%. It's basically a coin toss. I'm just rounding it to 50%. It's more like a... because it has slightly more decimals than just straight up 40%. So I think it's more like 47% than 46. So it's basically a coin toss on crit rate for my charged attack to do damage. With that, yes, you have before be good on her because the top passive carry over with that crit rate boost. Well, for Liz specifically, she has an extremely fucking high damage, especially for charged attack. She basically deals 3.5 thousand damage on her charge attack at S, and she is able to dish it out way too fast as well. Way faster than the laceration thing from Lane. But that's not all. Basically every single attack that she does also has an extremely high percentage scaling. I just need Actually, let's do this. No reason not to. I have the... Holy shit, that increased 300%. Is the crit rate greatsword or that dead side better? The problem with the greatsword is I think it gets disabled. The crit rate gets disabled when I'm in her consonants. But I can test it right now. I can definitely test it because 100% crit rate would definitely... I can test it. In fact, I want to test it right now. Because it doesn't reflect it on the normal. On the normal plot. Because if I go here, it still says 30% crit chance. Is Niall still here? Niall, are you here? Let's see. What do you mean currently in combat? Like for this, you can see that I'm critting very often for the normal attacks. You can roughly see 1 or 2 times that I don't hit a crit rate against all of the enemies. But crit rate is more common than non-crit rates. So if I go into Samael, does it carry over? It kinda looks like I'm doing more crits than non-crits, doesn't it? But it's a little bit hard to see on this enemy because this enemy is yellow, just like Lumino. Just like Lumino damage. So probably want a different enemy. Everything is fucking white. This one red, kinda. Gremlin power. Wait, what the fuck? I said gold, and because it makes it hard to see. Because my character does Lumina damage, and it's the same color, very, very light. If they had a test dummy, that would be ideal, for sure. Like this version is not bad. Like obviously you can test like live combat and all of that stuff. So it's not definitely not bad. But a test dummy that can allow you to also check like live stats, like post buff stats. Like for example, I do this and I just open my character menu to be able to see. Like to just be able to see if my character received the critical rate boost, you know? does still look like it's kind of 50-50 for when I'm in Samael. No more music. Yeah, media request is derping right now. It's repeating songs. It's stopping by itself. A little bit hard to tell with 50-50. I would probably need to test it with lower crit rate, but it might carry over. The 100% crit rate may carry over. I'm still not sure though. Because sometimes it looks like I guess that's the 50-50 thing, right? Sometimes it looks like it's a 50-50, the other times just look like I'm creating every single attack. Really difficult to do when you don't have 100%. It would definitely be easier if I was able to reach 100% crit rate. Even if I had to sacrifice damage, I would love to test like what carries over and what not. But this doesn't look like having 20% more crit rate. Because plus 100% crit rate on Liz specifically. Crit and trigger probably don't seem to carry from the stats of the weapon, I'm assuming. Yeah, I assume so. It does seem like it's still 50-50. It's just that because it's 50-50, there is a shot at you seeing a bunch of crits, so it might fool you into thinking that it's actually 70%. But if trigger probability also doesn't carry over, then that sucks. Because this weapon also has trigger probability. Like, imagine if in the middle of the attacks, I was able to instantly proc this. You can see my combo immediately going to 120. Look at that. Immediately 120. Immediately 120. Imagine if I'm just able to do that, get immediately 6, and then charge attack. I initially leveled up this weapon because I saw the crit rate, obviously. Double damage, immediately really fucking good stat. And a trigger probability for you to immediately get level S on your combo, which is also extremely fucking good on this character because she wants to be on S all the time. So the weapon just seemed like this character's main weapon. Like, no other weapon seemed to be better for this character than this greatsword. This greatsword specifically. 20% extra crit rate and a chance for you to immediately get the max amount of buffs. But apparently none of them work while she's on Samael mode, which is the most of her damage. Because look at this. S rank. Yeah, probably that is because it buffs the stat in the character stat, And that is what it's taken from everything. Like the skill damage from your constant weapons scales with your base attack as well. So that's probably the reason. While trigger probability is like a... It's as if you equipped a different weapon for the consonants. It's Sonic, not Lisbel. Get it correctly. But yeah, it's truly a shame. And you know what, Waspy? They might be bugged. Maybe that 100% crit rate is meant for the character, but they are still working out how to fix it without breaking the entire game. And maybe in the future trigger probability and crit rate carries over from the skills, because that means that crit damage also doesn't carry over. It's mostly copium, Kinhans. What I just said is copium more than anything. Because with how they made crit chance take the base value, I think it was intended for them to for crit rate to not be able to reach 100%. But look at how often the S rank triggers. Like, imagine if I was able to carry over like this. Like, if I was able to get the S rank combo and immediately go into Samael and charge attack, then I would be able to do something like this. I do that, I deactivate it, I start spinning to winning again until it procs the S rank. And once it procs the S rank, I activate Samael again and immediately dump it on the enemies. That would be such a cool interaction, but there's so many weapons that I don't know what they were thinking, but while they have perfect synergy with the character, if they worked a certain way, they worked a different way, so they end up not having synergy. Because this character, Lisbel, likes greatswords, but there is no greatsword that is good for her except the one. So if we go here, she doesn't like max HP. She's not a pyro character, so she doesn't want this. She doesn't like skill duration as much as she likes skill damage. So obviously, while this could work, this is not meant for her. This is meant for Lean. This weapon is meant for Lean, not Lisbel. So from all of the weapons that we have available for the characters that we have at the moment, this is the one that screams, I want this weapon on Lisbel. This is the weapon that screams it. Also, what do you farm now, Zach? Because this weapon, a 4.2% chance for you to immediately receive all of the Samael buffs, which is the rank 4, immediately, is really fucking tempting. And just add a plus 100% crit chance on top of it. Just basically make it even better, because your charge attack is going to immediately be able to... well, not immediately. It's going to be way more efficient at dealing damage. The Necromancer is pretty chill farm and not RNG fest. No, King Hans, that's okay. Like, apparently, this is how they intended to do it. Like, what I said, it was just copy him. What I did write it on the survey. I said, reduce the crit chance numbers, but make everything affect everything. Or at least on those specific stats, like crit chance and crit damage. Like, reduce the numbers, but make them work. If you want, like, you can just equip like as much crit rate as you want on your weapon, even if it's the wrong upgrade, for example. Just as an example, as much crit rate as you can, and since the numbers are smaller, like, it would amount to what? What do you like 50% or 60% crit rate in total? And that would be only like a good 10% for Samael, just as an example. And that way the weapon wedges will actually be useful instead of just having quirky upgrades that change how it attacks. You know? Like, it's I don't know what to say. It feels very disappointing how on launch weapons like melee and range do absolutely nothing. Like, it feels very, very disappointing, to say the least. Attack, obviously. Probably add maybe 2 more demon wedges for your for consonance weapons if you want to make it like that. Just allow them to be stronger if you are going to make this useless. So I like the crit chance. I like that 10% extra crit chance. I don't like 1 out of 3 chance to crit, because it makes me feel extremely disappointed when I don't crit on the charge attack. So I'd rather deal less max damage, but constantly be critting. So this one is very important in my eyes. And obviously, if I want to crit, the crit damage is a no-brainer. That's a 100% extra damage. You might fuck up your streak tomorrow. I have to stay up longer in the morning, so I will be waking up way later. Not even at the end. I have violated the law. Yeah. I'll put it like this. Uh-huh. I'll be going to sleep like 5 hours later than usual. So I would need to stream all the way to 1 hour longer than usual for you to be able to reach this stream, is what you're saying? You should have been asleep 2 hours ago, not gonna lie. I mean, what I'm saying is very thought-provoking. Like, I can't help myself. Yeah, the crit rate shotgun is also useless. It is really fucking sad. Because I actually... the reason why I'm drinking copium... I'm not smoking copium because that is not concentrated enough. I'm drinking it. That's concentrated enough. The reason I'm drinking copium on that they didn't intend for this to not work for consonance weapons is that they might have messed something in the code and they are looking forward to fix it. It's just that since they have so many bugs to fix, they cannot just simply go ahead and fix this, because this is a very small buff, a very small thing to do that people are actually not caring. It'd be funny. It wouldn't be funny, it would be orgasm. I'll be just coming left and right. So what you're saying, Zach, is that I would need to stream 2 hours or 1 hour? Longer for you to be able to reach the streak. But continuing to what I was saying, like, you get a character that says, I like this weapon type. And usually on these games, with such a large variety of weapons, there's always one weapon that is tailored to the character. In this case, this weapon cannot be more tailored towards Liz if it actually worked on her consonance weapons. There would be no other weapon for Liz than the Iron Forger if it worked on her consonance. Like, no matter what you say, no matter how much skill damage the other one has, this makes her damage way too stable with the crit chance. And it gives her a chance to immediately be able to dump the big numbers. That 4.2% would activate like crazy if it worked. And it's a greatsword. It's the only greatsword that is tailored towards Liz. In paper, at least. It's the same for pretty much everyone else. Like, we got... here, Psych, it's an animal character that likes polearms. Then we go here and we look at the polearm tailored for her. It literally gives her damage, which is the resolve, and after an animal character uses their ultimate skill, grants blah 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 everything that she wants. Then we go towards, for example, Sibyl. She scales with HP, she likes a whip sword. If you go towards melee weapons and you go towards the whip swords, there is one that increases max HP. Max HP, and when this weapon triggers a bonus effect on hit, it grants a plus 8.6% max HP for 15 seconds up to 10 stacks. So an 86% max HP increase in the middle of the battle. More damage. Every single character has a weapon tailored for them that they like. Like Whisper has a whip sword that has whatever she likes. Like swords, I'm pretty sure there's a sword here. I haven't seen her specifically. What does she scale with? She scales with attack, right? Normal attack. Yeah, it's just skill damage attack. The thing is, Waspy, is that after all of the testing that has been done, there are a couple that don't really fit because they are not working as what you would think they would work as on paper. Like the biggest example, the biggest offender on this is Lisbeth with Iron Forger. Because wouldn't you want to be able to spam the charge attack, the max charge attack on Lisbeth after just attacking once? What does your jellyfish lady like? I think she scales with HP too? No, she scales with attack. Truffle is the other that comes to mind. She is an HP scaler.
出かける時間だよ
She likes pole arms.
ブーボイ
Skill range plus 30% when performing normal attacks with this weapon grants 3.6% attack speed increase for 15 seconds. You need to know. I'll check it in a minute. Just let me find if there's a weapon that in paper it would work for Liz. Sorry, not Liz, for Truffle or Phoebe. Obviously, this is very generic. You could say that this fits Phoebe, but looking at the other ones. Attack speed plus 25% doesn't seem bad, because you would want to hit, especially on bosses, you would want to hit with the pig basic attacks. Then deals 45% damage to targets afflicted with bonus effect. Does she apply any bonus effects? Gains 1 stack of heavyweight for every second Truffle keeps moving, up to 10 stacks. Increases damage dealt and decreases damage taken. She wants to be moving. 100 points of passion for work and a movement speed boost. Dealing animal damage to enemies the path when moving. Loses 5 points per second and restores 1 when dealing damage up and knocking into a target. During this will not lose when all passion for work points drop. Hold for sustained charge, continuously consuming sanity and dealing animal damage to enemies in the path. Upon hitting any obstacle, but stops charging, dealing AoE animal damage at the end point. She is an HP scaler. So for polearms, skill range is not bad. And performing normal attacks with this weapon grants a 3.6% attack speed. But it says with this weapon, so this one is shit. Gaining resolve is not bad, and then increases resolve by 8% and attack speed by 15%. I mean, obviously this is Psychus, but I want to see because this is animal. Each instance of skill damage or ranged weapon damage extends the duration by 0.2. I mean, if it also increased HP, this would also be like her best in slot, but no. So in attack speed and deal plus 45% damage to targets afflicted with bonus effects. She doesn't do any bonus effects unless bonus effects is considered animal. If the target is had animal afflicted, would she deal plus 45% damage? Do you know that, Waspy? Because this wouldn't be exactly be bad if she's able to trigger animal with the pig. And just apply a plus 45% damage. If this wouldn't be bad. Not exactly bad. I wouldn't say it fits her perfectly, but yeah, you're right. Another offender is this. Maybe they hate the lollies. Maybe they just hate the lollies. What about this one?
どこに遊びに行くんだ
What does she scale with? Inherits 100% of talented stats, continuously dealing hydro damage to nearby enemies, encryption up to immobilize. It's skill damage, skill efficiency, and skill duration. This is skill damage, skill duration. Dealing crit damage using a ranged weapon has a chance to summon one tentacle near the target. Fina isn't a lolly in this game. She's a more mature model monka. Grants self and allies a boost to skill damage. You can see her mature with the Christmas skin. Do you mean she has like a big boost or something? No, sorry, not Fina. Yeah, this. But she's not a lolly to begin with. Who calls her a lolly? This is a lolly. This is a lolly. This is a lolly. Yeah, medium is premium. She's supposed to be a child. I skipped the entire story, so I don't know. Something that I wanted to show you, Zach. Damn. She's gonna be really good and Intron 2. I didn't check her introns. Targets granted the ability to deal additional elemental damage by boosters party gain an effect, and that increases their pen stats by 6% for each type of additional damage effect they possess. I'm assuming you want a multiplier for her, not a Hydro. So, is she Hydro? No, she's Lumino. Okay. And increases max Tail Weaver Quill stacks to 45. Using on a warm afternoon, grants 3 additional stacks while Boster's Party is active, gains 1 extra stack per second. Oh, she's a dot character that is going to just basically hyper stack her stacks. Oh. A 50% damage increase in her passive, basically. Grants bonus Lumino damage that lasts through the battle. Each time on a warm afternoon is used, grants 6 stacks of Tailweaver Quill, while Buster C party is active, generates 1 stack of Tailweaver Quill per second, up to 30 stacks. So she's just going to gain a ton of damage bonus. They get the small perk on passive. Like to the small perk? What do you mean the small perk? What, do you mean these 0.57? Why the fuck is there QTE now? And no idea. The second blob along. What? This additional Lumino damage. Oh, this one? Oh. Middle bottom circle, this one. Damage boost. Duration 12 seconds, and it just basically says damage boost 1 times tail with a skill stack. So if you get 45, you just basically get a 45% damage. 45% damage increase, plus maybe we can reach 1% with skill damage, because this apparently increases with skill damage. So another 45% damage increase, and then another 9% damage increase on her own, probably 10%. Then she's going to have like a free close to 150% damage increase. So while that is being done, obviously the AI is going to use her dot skill. So 533% damage for a dot is not bad. That's actually really fucking strong. Usually on these games, you see dots being roughly like 50%. Am I back? Is everything back to normal? Can you guys hear me now? Damn. Hopefully this doesn't persist multiple times. If this error persists every single stream, I'm going to be really mad. Because I don't know what to do. Like, if it just disconnects out of nowhere, it's not like it's a software issue. Because if it was a software issue, I wouldn't even be able to start the stream to begin with. So, are we back? Are you guys here? Are we back? Alright, good. I had to refresh, but yeah. Hopefully this is just like a season thing, and just the internet is derping enough for OBS to lose connection, and it's not a thing on my computer. Because otherwise, like, I don't have the method of fixing it, and that would pretty much just fuck up my hours of stream. So, going back to what I was saying, usually you only see like 50% dot damage. Usually. Because I have 533% dot damage seems really high, especially for a support. And this is not even maxed. At level 10 it might even reach the 1000% damage increase, because dots are fast and they affect a ton of enemies. So she looks like she's going to be a really strong character. I wonder how they are going to add the characters that were available on the rotation of the shop. Because you buy them out, they completely disappear. I'm assuming, obviously, they have to add them somewhere for you to be able to get it. I'm assuming that they're going to add them to the shop once the period is over. basically. Like everyone can get her after like new players or people that didn't do the tower type of stuff. I think I'm gonna have a lot of fans, sauce otaku fans. I mean, she looks good. I want to pat her. These characters I just like to pat. Although Lisbeth, I don't want to pat. She looks like she would stab you with the greatsword if you were patting her. But like, I would pat a peeve. Oh wait, no, it's the other way around, right? Yeah, there we go. I would pat a peeve. Regardless, I think the game has a lot of issues. This all stemmed from trying to look at what character likes what weapon, because everyone is supposedly has a weapon tailored for them, and obviously what I said, like I'm going in circles at this point, but Iron Forger on paper is tailored for Liz. On paper it's tailored for Liz. She loves the probability of increasing her combo to max. That would immediately allow her to do her damage and also receive all of the buffs of her passive. And obviously the 100% crit chance just simply makes her damage more consistent. And then they're only for Wedge. I want legendary for special buff mode, so I can +3 them. I want every gold wedge because OCD. So I have it rough. So I'm trying to avoid thinking about the gold wedges now that I don't have any gold wedge at the moment. And that is going to be the final grind that I do in the entire game. Like, I'm going to be leveling all of the characters to max. I'm going to be leveling all of the weapons to max. As long as I unlock most of the weapons, I think I'm golden. So I'm going to have, I'm going to get the rank experience that I need for that. Same for ranged weapons. Like for weapons, I don't have almost nothing unlocked. You're kind of forced to level everything for experience. Obviously, there are more efficient ways to use your resources than, for example, what I'm doing. Because what I'm doing is I'm trying to increase the intron level for the weapons that I like, or that I'm going to use on most of my characters. In this occasion, for example, this one, I have intron level 1 for the Wainwright for more skill damage on Liz and Lynn. And I have 2 blueprints more for Wainwright. So I can get intron level 3 for that, well, smelt level 3 for Wainwright. And that is what I would say probably my current priority, which is probably wrong if you only want experience. Regardless, most of the weapons are going to be locked behind the weeklies. Like, at least the ones that I'm going to be able to get. Because I'm focusing on intron levels and smelt levels on the shop weapons and characters over getting new weapons, which is probably wrong. I should unlock level 60 so that I farm the materials more efficiently. That is probably what I should do, but the goal, obviously, of a game and this is going to be my creed for the entire of my life, at least as my gamer life, is a game is called a game because it's supposed to give you fun. So if you're not having fun and you are following the meta, you lost the purpose of the game, and you probably shouldn't be playing that game. Just food for thought. I have a lot of probably I should follow my own creed, obviously. It's just on certain games that I was having fun. There are some objectives that I definitely want to do before I quit the game. And that is due to my OCD. Like, for example, in Epic 7, I thankfully already benched it, thanks to someone egging me to bench it. I wanted 100% collection on Epic 7, and I was already at 93%. I was only missing... no, Lena. I wanted 100%, but my account is already so well established that even if I quit for 3 years, if I come back to Epic 7, I'm still going to be a very strong... I'm still going to have a very strong account. I don't know, I don't care about that one. That is way too much of OCD. At least I can control it most of the time. Like, there's some stuff that I can control on my OCD. If I just let it go rampant, you would see 100% on every single other game. But you would see me as a skeleton, and I would have bloodshot eyes, and you would see me on a really horrible state if I didn't control my OCD. So, like, I limit it to things that actually feel impactful, because that gives you the dopamine. Time to 100% clear up score. Get to work. But yeah, like there is there's definitely like some stuff that I want to do on this game that I'm having fun with before I actually start doing efficient things, like unlocking as many things as I can for me to be able to increase my rank level a lot more. Because what I could be spending getting the intron levels for Lean, for example, because I already bought like 90 letters for Lean, I could have spent it on unlocking the blueprints of 3, 4, maybe 5 weapons more, and at least crafting it once, and also ascending it. And that I would probably like rank 58 or even close to rank 59 if I was actually being efficient on my resources. But I'm having a lot of fun with what I'm doing, so I'm going to continue having a lot of fun with what I'm doing. I'm going to get intron level 4 for Lynn, which is she is my main farmer for pretty much everything. That 35% damage increase is going to be huge for her. Then, after that, I'm actually going to be farming the weapons. I'm going to get at least one of each, because I want to be able to equip my characters with the best in slot weapons and not just spam a single weapon. Like, I actually want them... I want them nicely built on everything. So,
私を連れて行ってくれるって。
I wish I would be able to fish. I'm just going to say this. It sounds weird. I do want to fish a lot more on this game. Not only because of the shop, but I find it kind of relaxing. I can just watch a YouTube video while I'm fishing. So it can be a lot, very relaxing. And obviously the shop adds weight to it. But I also do not want to fish until they fix the bugged fish. Because it's still there. If I go here, you see that I have 2 fish here. But I cannot sell them. If I try to sell them, the inventory bugs.
おお、かっこいい装備を買ったんだね。ちょっと見せて。壊したりしないからさ。
And I'm not really able to do anything here. So what the fuck am I supposed to do here? It bothers me a lot more than it should. The fact that these 2 stupid fish stay here. So not only is my OCD bothering me, because these fish are just clogging the inventory, but it also prevents me from selling things efficiently, and sometimes fish that I actually caught disappear. Because these bug fish, for some reason, bug the other fish, and those fish disappear. I had a stack of 7 fish before. I sold one of them. The entire stack disappeared, and it only gave me the currency of 1 single fish. So I don't want to fish until they fix this shit. I really don't want to fish until they fix the shit, but fishing is such a good shop as well. Besides obviously this, and just like making your fishing better, like there's just so much stuff that you can buy here. These ones are the adjusters for your for decreasing the value or the cost of your demon wedges. You have infinite Jum Cream for all of your needs on your Pokemons. You have a lot of gold or coins that you need. You have the gacha currency. You have secret little clues, and just pretty much like everything that you would want. Like from here, the only thing that you wouldn't want is the dice, because the die you use it for like the I lost my train of thought. The dice, you only use it for quests. So whenever there are no quests, you just keep stockpiling the dice. And the only way that you can use them is on this shop for this. But this doesn't do anything. It's just lore. Like you just unlock stories of your characters. And that's all. Like you don't get an achievement. You don't get stats, you don't get pretty much any value. You're just basically transforming dice into secret letter clues, but you don't really have an issue with secret letter clues. So that's probably the only thing that you don't want from this entire shop, but everything else you want to exhaust the shop. So it's like a vicious cycle that I'm living on this game. But that's end of the rant, probably also end of the stream. I'm going to be ending the stream here tomorrow. Hopefully there's no other issues that prevent me from streaming, and hopefully when I'm streaming OBS doesn't disconnect again. That's really rough if it happens daily. So thank you everyone for watching all the way to the end. I appreciate every single one of you a lot. You guys make streaming really, really fun. I appreciate it. I will be seeing you all tomorrow.